shit. Uh-oh. Not quite, because we didn't get this door shut. Don't move. No! Okay, I have to fight it. Although, actually, I could lock these doors. And this door. Party time, not quite. Not quite. Turn around as you should. Although this is just going to be a big pain in the butt. It doesn't have dust. It has secretions, doesn't it? Yeah, it has gas. It's got bad gas, so it's not dust. But it is made of black bronze, which isn't like the densest material, but this creature certainly has like could be a huge problem energy. Man, if it breaks that door, it could break that door theoretically. Kind of hoping that it'll try to path down. Maybe it'll try and path through. Maybe it'll try and go through again. Come on. Just close that. Oh shit, where is it going? Actually, maybe I should close this one, because then I can open this one and finish that door. Question is, are you going to an open spot somewhere? Okay, looks like it's going to try and exit down here. Exit stage bottom. Which means I should be able to close this. And you're back in the fort, so all is good there. What's up, Gracie? Things can break doors? Yes, things can break doors. Cheers, Jonesy. Well, you snooze good, dude. I don't know how long Ilmirin's been in prison for, but apparently Ilmirin has been in prison for a while. And also, we know a few facts about dragon training now, so that's cool. All right, where's that beast going? Ah. Down and out. I could have closed this. I thought I did, actually. But I guess I didn't. Okay, so this one I can now open. And let's unforbid that door. I really, really, really want to capture this one. You want your lawyer. You have a lawyer? Lawyer's expensive, man. I mean, we already gave you your 3, like, permitted screams for help. Because we don't have phones in this universe. Maybe when we have magic, you'll be able to, you know, make a portal and call somebody. You pay them in Dwarf bucks, but Dwarf bucks don't exist. How many things has this killed? Nothing in my fort, but it's killed some stuff historically. It almost killed 2 of my doors, but they ran really quickly and got away from it. Yeah, I too only pay my lawyer in used laundry. He's a very cheap lawyer. All right. This could go horribly wrong. So the real question is, why in the world haven't they started fixing this yet? Well, I will be right back, chat. I'm hungry, and I need my lunch. So I'm going to go get my lunch. I will be back. Do we still have a serial killer in the dungeon? He stopped killing people, or she stopped killing people, rather, when she was about 11. And actually became quite happy for a while. Got over Haggard and harrowed, and now is a functional member of the fortress as an adult. Also did a bunch of time in prison and repented for a while. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich, because I went through the effort of meal prepping for this week. So I'm gonna go get my sandwich and return with it. When I return with the sandwich, I will unpause the video game. I will also just run ads right now, because honestly, I might as well, because it's here and there's a button to do it. So I'm gonna run the ads, go get a sandwich, and I will be back. Yeah, I'll also pour out my coffee because there's like that much left and it's ice cold. I will be back in a minute, or ish. Also brought my baby tomatoes back inside and put them under artificial light again. Hi. Was I gone so long that a cult formed around my chair and they're now worshipping it? What time do services start? And do I get donations off of this? I would imagine I would have to be gone for quite some time for that to happen. Okay. So now we're collecting the dead pig, I guess. Let's throw another pig into here. What kind of sandwich? Okay, so it's on rye bread, which I bought from a bakery. It's got avocado, it's got baby greens I grew in my garden, cheese, and a tiny little bit of chicken. Oh, and also I think some zucchini slice? Yes. Oh, you went for a nap? I saw you saying that you were gonna go lurk. I missed the part where it was a nap, Zavi. There's a black bronze beetle on my map. It has me slightly concerned. The dwarves also seem very uninterested in going down here. Like, these are unlocked, though. It's starting to make me think that maybe these dwarves just need a vacation. There's just too many other unrelated tasks, I think. It's not blocked. But yeah, originally it got canceled because there was a forgotten beast standing right here. But nobody's picking the job up now. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I mean, it's not that dwarves aren't constructing buildings. They are doing that. I mean, they're not called remembered beasts, Donut. Maybe this dwarf is doing it. I appreciate the assistance, Archand, but I know. Can I say something that I think is really funny that might make me seem kind of self-centered or something? I think it's really funny when people give me advice on this game in the exact same wording I use to explain it to other people. Which means you probably heard somebody tell you that from somebody who told you that, from somebody who told them that, from somebody who told them that I told them. It's like, I'm making it to the point now where it's looped back around to me again. And it's like, wow. I've been seeing it more and more recently, where it's like, here's the exact wording I used to describe a thing. And it's like, huh. Maybe this is what being an influencer feels like. Sorry, it's just like, I don't mean it in a negative way. I appreciate it, but it's just funny to me. This sandwich is pretty good. No, it's all good. Feel free to shout suggestions into the chat. I'll just ignore them most of the time. No, Sergeant Donut. I will not. I refuse. So from now on, I'm only going to play with ASCII mode turned on, install a bunch of incomprehensible mods that don't have assets assigned to them, and never explain anything that I'm doing. How do you like that? But no. We should be okay now. So, jokes aside, I'm going to pull this lever. I'm glad it all works in the right ways. Archunde. You were forged in the ass cave. I've bathed in the fires of Mount Doom. Okay, well, now let's see where that beast is at. Where beetle? More like Y beetle. Oh, did I lock the door? I may have locked it out. Let me just leave the game paused for a second there. Because it got out into, what was it, this layer? Down here was, yeah, okay, this is where it got out. So I need to open this lever most likely. You can tell a non-military goblin from a goose at a glance. What about a guinea hen? It's very hard to, like, jokes aside, it's very hard to tell the difference between a guinea hen and a goblin recruit, because they're almost the exact same shade of gray. Not quite, but almost. It's, like, shockingly close. All right, so now we're just in that awkward point of, where's the giant bug? I'm not sure. I presume it's in the caverns. In here somewhere. As far as where? Well, I don't know. Like, genuinely. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know. Here somewhere, probably. Why I gotta bother him? Because I need to put him in my pet containment chamber. Ah. Buggeth returneth. Bugness, no! God damn it. It experienced trauma? Oh. So the only traumatizing thing it has done is it killed my pig. My bait pig. God damn it, you stupid bug. Come on. Unless you're going for the... Sir, you can fly. Just fly. Silly beetle. Well, one, it is made out of black bronze, which actually makes it pretty strong. But I don't want you to kill it. Oh, hi from Canada. Tibet? Tibet? So it being made out of black bronze is kind of terrifying, but... I mean, if you could, like, wrangle, i.e. Monster Hunter, then sure. But I don't think dwarves know really how to wrangle. They more just, like, murder. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up to here. And then I'll just smooth and fortify that. Just so I can see where it's going. Down 2. We were actually up to 247. We had an angry one, but I put him in the military a little bit and let him train, which seems to have helped the mood a bit. Am I going crazy, or did you change your name, Janose?
Pretty Goose.
Pretty Goose. Oh, Gritty Goose is what it says. Well, Phineas, hello. Thanks for the 58th month. Welcome back. All these new hype train emotes are throwing me off. Although they're pretty good, though. You did not? Okay, then there's just somebody else with an almost identical version of your name, and I may have confused you two as the same person for the past however long you've been following. Which is a non-zero sum of time. Yay! The beetle going where I need the beetle go. Okay, so now I can lock the door and lock the door, which it'll have to break the doors if it wants to escape. And then I can pull the lever, and I know this might shock you, I can also pull the lever. So now it'll beat the ever-living crap out of yet another pig. And now that it's made bacon, I need the levers to be pulled. Chop chop, dwarves. It's one. Come on. Come on. There we go. Why? Why do you take so long? All right, so that's Forgotten Beast number 18. Careful, the next one can legally drink in Canada. This one can just make adult films, so. Terrifying. All right, now that we've done that, we can go back to whatever the heck we were doing before. $18 beasts, yes. That's how many we've caught. I mean, if I go here and type in FB, those are all the beasts we have. See? Can I sort? Would they sort in order if I sort them? But no. I guess they don't technically have different professions. Yeah. Oh well. That might be like the most valuable material one. Chat, can I please get a bigger round of beers? I mean, two of you posted beers and the original resubber posted beers. Here, when somebody resubscribes, we post beers. That's 58 months. That's a lot of months. Even YouTube chat's posting beers. It's a goddamn long time. Thank you much. Appreciate you greatly. I think I need to give these dwarves a bit of a break. We've made a bunch of mechanisms, among other things. And also, I haven't even checked this yet. How much power is this sucker making? 2,000. Okay. Well, I'm going to do this. We're going to up that to 3,000. Maybe 4,000. Because it's still flowing. Time to learn to swim? I mean, why you gotta make us learn? Why does that always sound like a threat? Holy shit. Caravan from the mountain home has arrived, except the wagons are still unable to get to it because of the goddamn trees. And if I chop down the trees, then I get attacked by the elves. So it's like I'm stuck between a trading caravan and a hard place. Oh, no. That's actually why they couldn't make it in. It's because I had the front gate closed. Well, I guess I deserve that. I mean, the dwarves are very good at a lot of things, okay? Just because they have some things that make them less good at things doesn't make them shit at something, okay? Give the dwarves a little bit more credit, I say. Somebody, could you please commit a crime so that I can arrest this Lulo elf? Ugh. I do not trust. I do not trust at all. Well, stop telling them to jump in the river then. This seems like a skill issue. I'm just going to leave that as that because I ran out of logs of that color, and I don't really want to change the color. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go plop and plop that there. And you can connect directly to this. And you can go directly this way. And you will go far enough, but not just yet. And then this is going to get linked to that. Well, I mean, there are ways. I've been like sort of halfway building a room to teach my dwarves to swim, but I just kind of haven't finished it. I don't know what that dwarf was doing, but I just kind of haven't finished it. Oh, it's because this is in a Oh, no, it's not a task. Weird. Oh, maybe it's because of these on either side. It may actually be these. Yeah, it literally is because of these. These are blocking the way through. It's fine. I'll just link you to that instead. Okay, so you down to there, drop down to there, up to here. Okay, so you're the outside one. Use closest material, go over to there. Let's slow down. Stay slower. Go slowest. I really don't want these to derail, is the problem. And then maximum velocity, going that way. And then we should be able to test this. Just like you, maximum velocity. Minimum velocity. Maximum velocity. I'm also not going to know if all of these are pointing the right way until we're done testing it. So there is that. So it'd be right there that I need to place it. We're just going to call this... Oops. I'm going to call this I just scrolled my mouse wheel in the wrong place and got lost. So let's go here and go right to there and place you right here. And this is going to be called Shotgun Test 01. All high-speed minecart is a go-go, hopefully. Now we wait. How many dwarves are going to be run over by this? I mean, it's still got a little ways to go. But you can start your bets now, I guess. I mean, hopefully not many. You've been pulled, meaning you should be disengaged and hanging. Oh, no. Oh, wait, never mind. I do, however, need to connect this to there. But that's fine, probably, for right now. You're not saying that you should, but do you have the option of saying, well, chat, look at what you did when things go sideways? It's the names of... You're not wrong. But that's called blaming chat, and chat gets sad if you blame chat too much. Chat thinks it's funny when it's streamer's fault, but when it's chat's fault and chat gets blamed, then chat goes, why are you mean to viewers, streamer? And then I go, well, and then I feel bad. So... we should do some trading, though. To which I would naturally respond, well, it comes naturally to me, okay? I'd be nicer if you were more likable and threw more subscriptions at twitch.tv/Blindrill. But clearly, you haven't hit your quota today for me to be nice to you. Gosh. No, we're good. I've hit my minimum today, so. I mean, chat is responsible for my career happening, so thus chat is responsible for these streams existing, meaning by association, chat is at least somewhat responsible for what's going on screen, I guess. At least I think that makes some sense, right? Holy friggin' coins. Also, holy crowns. Got a lot of crowns. I feel like I have had demands to make scepters. So I'm not gonna sell the things I've had demands to make. Same with the Warhammers. Because they could just like decide to arrest everybody who sold the thing. The bows, on the other hand, those I don't need. I wonder if somebody's ever had a noble that demands low boots and a faction that can't make low boots. That has to have happened, right? I don't think I've ever seen it, but... Most of these are set to be melted down, but I clearly don't have the time to melt them down because they're never actually melting them down. All right, how many items are we bringing out? 380? Wow, I thought it was more than that, but okay. Have you tried not being at fault? Yeah, not being at fault is the best way to not be blamed for things. I don't trust you, Death Ghoul. You don't have any friends. You think I could stealthily murder this Death Ghoul? For, like, you know, reasons. There's no way you're here for, like, nothing evil. There's no way. Alrighty, Donut, I've got a very important task for you. I need you to stab this zombie elf to death. That went well. Stabs the elf bard ghoul in the lower body with an elemental spear, which tears the muscle and tears the stomach through the short thing. You've got a couple kills now. I love the fact that wait, was that zombie a notable kill? Who even killed it? Okay. It was in fact a notable kill. Butcher and a clother are fighting? Still? Flying Iron Bolt. Did you shoot a bolt at somebody? Strikes the merchant in the upper leg? Why are you shooting my merchants? The heck? Maybe don't do that. Yeah, we may have just killed the world's most famous bard, but for some reason I doubt that. Very much. I'm a bit of a harsh judge of character when it comes to managing my fortress visitors, shall we say. We're made for war. Donut's been like a ridiculously resilient dwarf, although they do have the unfair advantage of literally wielding an elemental spear, which is like the myths and magic stuff. They don't seem to use the power of it, but it does instantly destroy all armor. I don't know if that's intended or if that's just an overpowered misprogramming, but I'm very much looking forward to the next patch because I really hope that it comes along with a tidbit from Tarn about when, or about how long, I guess, sieges are going to take. Because, like, in the last post, Tarn did state sieges are going to take, or we'll see how big of a lift sieges are going to be soon. So I'm excited about that. Pool of one candidate, yeah. I mean, now we just need to get this body out of here. But they're a bit busy with all of this. So, you know. Should also probably chuck a cage trap right here. Maybe also a cage trap, right? Okay, I was going to say 2 cage traps, but... I will say that, like, I'm not that much of a modding person. But there are plenty of good crafting mods out there for adventure mode already. Although, if you want to play as animal people, I do still encourage people to build a fort around it, you know? Like, make, like, a pedestal and cover it with a full suit of armor for a bear man and call that, like, the end of your quest. So, like, your grizzly bear man has to adventure all the way to this particular fort from the other end of the map using only the stuff that he can scrounge together in the wilds to then go into the dwarven fortress that's been long abandoned and, you know, get that suit of armor. Makes it kind of into a, like, King Arthur's Quest kind of thing. Ranger Rick, good to see you. Hope you're well. Or as well as anybody can be in the current day and year. I thought that was Gremlins. Sergeant Donut. I thought that was Gremlins. Am I hearing voices again? They've never stopped. Which one might you be referring? I'm glad that video did well, and I'm glad people liked it. Man, they're still unloading. The goal, I would say, is just get to year 5. And then retire it then, if you make it that far, Sergeant Donut. Just trying to survive for X number of years is probably a good way to start. And then after that, pick a mechanic and go for that. Don't worry about setting super complicated goals early on. Especially if you're still at the point where you're like, I don't know what to do for a goal. Just if you don't know what to do for a goal, that's fine. Don't worry too much about it. Just simply the act of turning the game on and playing it, I would argue, is a goal. You know, you're practicing a new skill. Or relearning an old one, depending on your situation. I love the fact that I made a bunch of gold chests and then just put them into random citizens' bedrooms. Some of these dwarves won the bedroom lottery. The gold chests that they're getting. There we go. You love to just see the random married couples. Seem to have forgotten to put a bed in this one, though. The reason I'm doing this manually isn't because you need to. I just like to have an idea of how many more beds I still need to make. And this speeds up the claiming process. Basically, I like doing it this way. This is actually kind of, I would say, a habit of the old days where they wouldn't claim bedrooms. Well, at least I've got some more beds now. We're getting there. I don't know what a drow is. What's a drow? It's probably some mythical creature I'm not familiar with. Ah, Dark Elves with D&D. Gotcha. Are we still unloading? Doesn't look like it. Can't be bothered to these days. Old habits die hard. Also, reading back into the YouTube chat, they stated that I could blame chat for bad things, but also good things, like, you know, a dwarf soloing a colossus. I could be like, look what you did, chat, versus look what you did, chat. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Bone Doll's taking a nap instead of doing their duties of trading. And I'm a little bit worried that they're not going to get trading done in time. I may have to move this to anyone can trade. Yeah, that's how you got, like, plopped in the in charge task. But that was also before we were catching beasts. Forgotten Beast Ukla Nagopek has come, a feathered sauropod. It has two long, curving horns, and it undulates rhythmically. Its russet feathers are patchy. Beware its poison bites. Ay, 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 ay. Well, this one has several kills, including a necromancer, a dwarf even. Well, that's a little not ideal. Just peeking outside. I'm not seeing many dwarves outside. Let's see if I can get this shut. Someone is apparently coming to go give it a pull. A lot of them have poison bites, yeah. I thought you were going to go pull it. Maybe you are. And the beastie's coming towards us. Alright, so now what I gotta do is I gotta go down here, and I gotta go down to this. See what we still need to do in this. Oh my god. Actually, it's still kind of a lot. You know, this would be much easier if I wasn't so concerned about making them all look identical. This would be a much faster process if this wasn't the case. And then let's go here. Green glass. And green glass. And then the last of this. I do agree, Sergeant Donut. Which is why I'm being consistent with it, but I maintain that this would be much easier if I wasn't being so specific with the look of it. Just get rid of all of this armor. Really? They're still unloading? Oh no. Now I'm starting to wonder if we'll even be able to trade. Very least we'll be able to organize a lot of stuff into the trading depot. It's time for you to make a fine roast in the finest minced ingredients. Well, you have a good night. Cheers, dude. How I build such cool forts? I mean, the way I build cool forts is I've been playing this game for a ridiculously long time. Like, to me, my forts don't look particularly good, or like better or worse than anybody else's forts. But I get this feeling that you guys are probably pretty similar to me, YouTube chat. And that is, and Twitch chat can also add on to this. Simply put, I build what I think looks cool because I have to stare at it all day. And when I look at other people's forts, I always go, God damn, why can't I make a fort that looks as good as that? Like, I feel that way every single time I look at, like, a fort that Deep Space has made, as an example. Like, I always think, man, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I do a pattern like that? That's a good like, I love the look of that. But that's because I didn't see the whole process of building it, right? I think something just looks inherently cooler if you didn't go through the process of making that thing. So I don't... This guy, this trader, must have been friends with that zombie that I killed, I presume. Panda bone earring? Wow. Fancy. Well, that's unfortunate. So because that zombie just happened to be friends with that person, eventually my dwarves killed him. And I can't bury them. Also unfortunate. So instead I will just tell them to throw the body into the lava. Yeah, it does seem like my whole tavern just killed it. Or killed the dwarf. Well, rip that trading hope. I tried. It's probably why we got some upset dwarves again. 'Cause, 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 ' Yeah, they're packing up. The architect's dilemma? Well, I mean, it's maybe more just the artist's dilemma, right? The thing, and it's the reason art's so cool, is because you look at the finished product and you go, oh my god, how did they make that? When, like, they're looking at the finished product and going, oh my god, I screwed up in so many spots, it's horrible, why would anybody like this? And you know, life goes on. Also, I'm building floors, not walls. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, realistically, like, the reason I make the forts look the way that I make them look is because I just want to make them look in a way that I like looking at. Because I play this game as my job, pretty much, and making them look cool is kind of what keeps the game, is part of what keeps the game interesting. I mean, also having interesting things that I'm trying to achieve helps keep it interesting, but making stuff look cool is, like, half of it. If you lose the ability to make things look cool, then you kind of, at least I kind of, lose the ability to enjoy something. How did you make that? Practice. You must be naturally talented. No, it's practice. I'll never be as good as you. You would if you... Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. You know, you could just... I'm reading that in my own voice, Sergeant Donut, but about people saying that ASCII's too hard. One of my old favorite questions to get asked was, how do you play this game? And they always mean, like, how do you see what you're looking at or whatever? Like, how do you decipher it? And I'd always be like, with a computer and a keyboard? Ideally with a monitor. It'd be kind of difficult without one. Was always my favorite response. Well, I have an eye. The other one kind of doesn't work, but... So it'd be like, with a computer and my one working eyeball? You know, as you do, casually. There's a lot of forbidden tasks here, Jesus. You know, it's funny, Tebe. Some people think that they can't. If only they knew the secrets. Ironically, actually, I find that version 50 is harder in ASCII than version 47. Kind of piggybacking a little bit on what somebody in YouTube chat just said. Like, if it's just simply like the older versions just had words, and to me, like, oh, just reading like the name of a thing is easy and very straightforward, but got a dwarf that's been missing for a week. I'll bet you somebody died. Did a forgotten beast kill it? Ha-ha! Forgotten beast killed it. Well, that's unfortunate. And also kind of funny. Whenever you would go into purse, the enemy spies would always accuse you of cheating. That's a good feeling when you're so good at a game that people accuse you of hacking. I used to get that when I would play certain Counter-Strike maps, and specifically Ghost mode in the game Crossfire, because I had a really nice headset at the time, this one, and that game was all just like spatial audio. So if you had decent spatial audio awareness, you could just like pick off the baddies and they kind of didn't stand a chance. And I got ridiculously good at that mode because of that. Whereas most people just run around shooting everywhere. Basically, like, one team is invisible, but they only have knives, is the way that game used to work. But, like, the whole idea of it is they made, like, Darth Vader breathing sounds. So they were super easy to, like, pinpoint if you had a decent headset. And I had a decent headset. So I used to get accused of hacking a lot when I'd play that mode. And it's not even like, you know, like cheating even. It's literally just the way the mode is designed. You're supposed to listen. So if you just, you know, pay attention and listen, you'll just be a god at that mode. Yeah, I tend to agree, Scoof. Like, it's certainly doable to learn ASCII in the current version. I mean, Zombie Giant Sponge plays in ASCII in the current version without any issue, and I'm seeing more and more people doing it, but it's definitely a different kind of learning curve. Although, the main thing that made me prefer ASCII in the older versions of the game was because I didn't know this at the time, but because the graphics in Dwarf Fortress were at the time rendered on the CPU and not the graphics card, it made it like kind of difficult to run the game if you had any kind of sprites. Because it turns out having sprites function in Dwarf Fort. I apparently don't have any mechanism tasks. Or rendering anything other than just like letters on your CPU, unless you have an APU, or not an APU, like an onboard GPU. The game just kind of starts to fall over. So I always found like graphical tile sets would run really fucking bad. Like the frame rate would be like 10 to 15 slower. So after getting used to playing in ASCII back in the day, I hated the graphical tile sets. So people would always ask me to use like ones with graphics, and I just wouldn't do it because it made the game run worse, but now there isn't a difference, so it doesn't bug me anymore. What was I doing? Mechanisms. Yeah, installing automated. I just got too used to doing it, so it was always kind of funny to me because this would happen every time Dwarf Fortress would update. People would be like, "Blind, how do I install my?" Because like people only really learned how to play the game, using the starter pack or playing through various other prepackaged versions. So a lot of people didn't know how to install their own tile sets and whatnot. So I would just sit there and explain to people how to install tile sets for like the duration of the new patch window because nobody knew how to do it, which I still find really funny. Maybe not nobody knew how to do it. Some people did, but a lot of people didn't know how to do it. I don't know why I'm doing these like little garden things, but I am. I just want to make little roads and pathways and whatnot. I think this will look real nice as it gets a little bit denser. I mean, a lot of games. Okay, so Sergeant Donut, I think that what you're looking for is you're just talking about like spatial audio in games, right? A lot of games just straight up didn't support spatial audio until kind of recently. Now it's just such a requirement that if you're playing any kind of competitive FPS game and you don't have a decent headset and you're not listening to spatial audio, you're basically like giving yourself a disadvantage. I think what you're talking about is the era where people didn't know that that was a thing or had never used a decent headset and realized that that was a thing. You know, it's sort of like there was that weird kind of in-between period when first-person shooters suddenly started using the mouse, right? Where it took a while for people to realize that you could play a game with a mouse and that that was the better option. I think that audio was very similar. I mean, a lot of people use the default Turtle Beach headsets that were Xbox branded for a long time, but those were never good headsets, and they never gave you good audio in that sense. But as headsets I've gotten, or as better headsets, I guess, I've gotten more common and cheaper, it's way easier to design around it. So now, like, if you're playing Tarkov and you don't have a half-decent headset, like, if you're playing Siege and you don't have a half-decent headset, or if you're playing Counter-Strike and you don't have a half-decent headset, then, like, what are you doing? Come on. You're just being silly. That's all it is, really. Also, I made these out of the wrong material. I should have made them out of shale instead of cert, but oh well. I'll fix that later. Okay, so down into here. And you, I can attach a pen, we'll say. You right here. I still need more mechanisms. You know, speaking of quality of life features, welcome to the Twitch chat, Scooby. There used to be a button in old school versions that I miss. The military tab used to exist, except it was like on the right-hand side of the screen. And the military tab, if they weren't in a squad, would list all existing squads. And you, using plus and minus on the numpad, and enter, not on the numpad, the other enter button, you could add a dwarf to a squad from this screen. I want that back. And I told Tarn about it once, and he goes, really? That was a thing? Like, he didn't realize that it was a thing? And it's not a DF hack feature. It's like, it was a vanilla feature. It was just like, basically the same process as doing this. I think like you're talking about the same sort of like, the same sort of quality of life stuff that I am then, in this kind of sense. Like, having buttons like that back are like, very similar. It's like, you used to be able to, like examine the god that they worshipped. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but if like, it would basically have the equivalent of like a little magnifying glass here, right? But if you clicked that, or in the older versions, I think it was just hit enter on it. I actually don't remember what button it was. It would give you their entire history, that god's entire history. Because obviously a dwarf that worships a god would know that god's history, right? It was a very similar, it would operate, I would imagine, very similarly to the way this screen operates, right? Like, I feel like we're missing, like, it feels like we're missing 2 or 3 little magnifying glasses around here. Like, there should be a magnifying glass, like, right here that says what day they were born or something. And who their parents were. There's like, I kind of wish there was like a magnifying glass here that would just take me to their health tab. I kind of wish that there was a, like, or maybe they could put like the little join a squad button like right here. Like, I feel like there's a lot of little places where menus could be re-interlinked that were previously linked that aren't now. So no, I don't think that that's a silly request. And it's so huge, it's not surprising that he forgot about some features. I mean, totally, I've probably forgotten about some features too. But yeah, I got into a head-on collision and you have second-degree burns on your arms and now no car? Jesus Christ, dude. You gonna be okay? Or, holy shit, that's terrifying. Is there a cap for how many forgotten beasts there can be at one time? There's a cap for how many entities can be on the map at one time. It's 2,000 animals. So I would need a lot of forgotten beasts on the map to hit that cap. There's no way that rewriting Dwarf Fortress from scratch would be even remotely viable. Cat pig. I mean, so I don't own a car. I don't know how this works, but like in the past when people I know have been in like any kind of accidents, that they've always just gotten like a temporary rental. What is happening? So this guy's getting murked by my war dwarves. Same with this diplomat. I don't know what's happening here. I'm just gonna tell my squads to go stand here, and if they kill these two dwarves, then they kill these two dwarves, but there's definitely some sort of problem happening here with loyalty. Awkward. Awkward. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But we'll get rid of their bodies and no one will know. Right? Right. It's complicated. Well, best of luck, dude. I like that's genuinely horrific. But yeah. Did this like just happen, or like I'm kind of presuming you're in hospital? Like what's the situation like? Another merchant's been found dead. Man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. This is kind of bizarre, actually. No, I shouldn't do that. Where's that beast? Still right there. Don't forget about the Forgotten Beast, you silly. Right. Merchants, I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, we are the mountain home and we do have a very large population, so what are they going to do? Like, not tolerate us? They don't really have much option. The problem is I kind of wish they would stop dying so that I wouldn't have to worry about their, like, you know. I kind of wish that they would stop dying so that I wouldn't need to worry about their, you know, existence, if that makes any sense. Or rather, all the random crap that I'm going to have to put away because of them. So you, I'm going to go up to here. And down to there. All right, well, let's test this sucker. Let's test him. once this is done. So we just need these logs to be connected. That's all that we have left. And then once all that's connected, we can find out if this thing will work. What is that? It's a mess, is what it is. Maybe it might be the most complicated looking one of those that I've ever built, that's for sure. Let's just let this dwarf finish building this. Oh no. Son of Hanu's coffin was toppled. But it wasn't. Ghost tried to topple it, but can't. Well, good luck with that, Oblock. And I also need to butcher something for a forgotten beast here. Hello, Rylais. How are you? Even though it didn't come with one, and that makes you happy. Okay. Pen fandom is something I don't know much about, but I respect it. It's one of my dad's hobbies. All right, so now this is all done, meaning I can pull this lever. So once this lever is pulled, we can see if this sucker works. I'll stick to pencils, thanks. But, good, cool. Oh, no. Well, this doesn't work. Somehow that part worked, though. The same powered. Well, it derails. Which means I need to slow it down. Ever so slightly. Let's just set all of these to lowest speed. Well, good for you, Rylais. Congratulations on the pen modification. And then we'll have to see if we can make this work again. The fact that these are, like, derailing is going to make me real sad. Okay, so you, before these get hauled away, lowest possible speed. Lowest possible speed. And then lowest possible speed. It was kind of cool watching it like skid sideways, but... We're gonna find out if it's even gonna work, Cat Pig. Currently, I'm not super hopeful, but I'm also not unhopeful. I'm just not entirely convinced it's gonna work. You go right here. We just let them rebuild this. And then rebuild this last one. Which is also going to be speeded down pretty considerably. Should still be going fast enough, though, to do some damage. People have said that a lot of times, but I don't think that you are launching stuff off of conveyor belts to kill something with a physics object in Factorio, and if you are, please correct me. I know that you'll use conveyor belts to load stuff into a cannon to fire it, or other sort of weapon battery to fire it, but that's kind of a different process, if you will. This is a much more refined art. Also, good night, past it. Got an email I gotta respond to later. All right. Oh, true. I guess you could fire trains at something. I know enough about Factorio to know that. But... all right, now I just need somebody to bring this minecart back. Excuse me. I don't know where they're putting the minecart, but it doesn't seem to be where it's supposed to be. Especially since at a glance it seems that nobody is currently placing this. So let's just swap it out for an unused steel one. Corpse Man, the miner, has created Salus Duthish, a Gabbro cabinet, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Cesar Swordpink. Uh-huh. You know, I gotta say, shout outs to this dwarf for an incredible recovery. In other news, do you have a bedroom? Yes, you do. You get your cabinet in your bedroom. Congrats there, dwarf. I believe that would be funny to watch, yeah. Sergeant Gin Donut. Probably in the same way that, like, Dwarf Fortress is funny to watch when you're throwing stuff out of minecarts and things. Alright, so now I watch this dwarf move very slowly carrying a minecart. They do simulate momentum, but does Factorio simulate physics of any kind? You know, it's funny. I don't really watch much Factorio YouTube, and I've had people call me the Doshington of Dwarf before, which is, I was like, what in the heck is a Doshington? What's up with this Killing Floor reference? I'm very, you know, up on what's happening on the internet, I guess. Just heat. I guess also like the noise and pollution stuff, but that's more just like proximity around your buildings. It just slowly builds. I don't think it's more complicated than that. But there isn't really like, it's the reason that Factorio runs so much better than, like, a lot of people point at Factorio as like oh, that's a game that runs so much better than Dwarf. It's like, well, it's also kind of not doing as much, but it's doing a lot, don't get me wrong. It's just a very different kind of a lot, you know? When they add Z levels to Factorio, then we can talk. I'm not going to. Kage? All I know is that if train hit you, you go splat, and that's kind of enough for me. I have no idea what that sentence means, Darius. Has somebody made a Factorio with Z levels yet? Like, not counting the 3D ones. I mean, I know what Dyson Sphere program, but DSP will eventually FSP die too. What? Sorry, what does that sentence mean? Oh, I mean, I'm well aware of what a Dyson Sphere program is, yes. It's also an extraordinarily over-designed vacuum cleaner company, but like, well, minus the sphere part. But no, that's just like 3D, that's not Z levels. Z levels requires like a 2D plane. You can't really have a Z axis when it's just a fully 3D thing. Also, you're not really drilling into planets. Foundry? Not really, though, because it's not a... Anyway, whatever. I'm just diving into semantics. I won't hurt people more than I already do. Okay, so this is just going to go line up, and then we'll test her out. I may have to remake a bunch of these rollers. The problem with making defenses like this is by the time you finish actually setting it up properly, it's kind of not worth keeping. You kind of don't need it anymore. There are some ways of making these things super quickly. I think that it was Cupo who made one that was just like extremely efficient space-wise, but that's no fun. This looks cooler. Speaking of Cupo, I hope they're doing okay. Last time I saw anything Cupo was doing, it kind of looked like they were having a mental breakdown, so. I'm aware there's a dwarf in there, and if they die of collateral damage, then welp. Test number 2. Minecart zoom. Who's ready? Come on, Dwarf. Please, Dwarf. Somebody's got to be coming. Well, cart. This is singular test cart. Ah, there we go. All right, let's see how this goes. What? What? I don't know why this isn't working. Did I put it in backwards or something? For some reason, it's not working for unknown reasons. So I'm just gonna rebuild this and hope it works in attempt number 2. That's all. I don't know why it wouldn't be working. But it's not, so. It should be working. It says it's going east-west. That is perplexing. Let's go slightly faster, maybe? Okay, so now they just need to move the minecart out of the way. Okay, now it's working. Where is it, though? Wish us luck. I should forbid this, so dwarves aren't coming to try and get it. Should drop down. Yes. All right, so that works. It stayed on the right track. Then it will swap to this one, and then slowly shift down 1 each time. So it'll go up to here, it'll go into there, which will then go up here and then down, which will then drop down to here, and then go up to here and swap, and keep at it. So it worked. It did in fact work. I need to turn this sucker off before somebody dies. But it did in fact work. I don't know if you caught that. It was over pretty quickly. Chat, did you catch that? Or do you need to see it again? But it did in fact work. Requested do-over, you were not looking. Well, I did say you should look up and that we're going to fire a minecart and you should... but okay, fine, we'll do it again. Actually, hold up. This needs to be nether cap. And I do, in fact, have nether cap. This also needs to be nether cap. You saw it, but you specifically said some carts. Okay, so one person saw it out of... 70 plus 100, so out of 276 people, one person reports seeing it. I love you guys, but maybe it's time for me to end the stream because nobody's watching anymore. Admittedly, I did a very poor job centering the camera, so it's not really your fault. I did kind of do a terrible job centering the camera. Let's get that stuff removed. Okay, well, here we go for round 2, chat. Time to look up. Make yourselves aware. Because the minecart's about to crush the dwarf who's placing it there. Oh. Nope, never mind. It's just not powered. Because I was smart and turned it off. I definitely remember that I did that. So, false alarm. Don't worry about it. But I'll go pull the lever and turn it on again. Okay. Now, that was an awareness test to make sure that you were all paying attention. Now that I have your attention, I can fire the minecart again. Eh. Okay, I don't know why this isn't powered. Jokes aside, I have zero clue why this isn't powered. So I guess what I'm going to do is just link all these up. Because for some reason, like, it's not transferring around these corners. Like, that's powered. That's not powered. I don't know why that's not powered. Which means I guess I need to add in, like, twice the... I don't want to put in more mechanisms. Guess I need to do that then. It's like, you're powered, you're powered. I don't know why these aren't. Also, because, like, I swear that this was powered. Bah. I'm gonna go put this in the sink. I'll be right back. This is my sandwich container. I know it's invisible. It's green, okay? All right. What, the box? No, I just only eat ice. I'm Canadian. Come on. I live in the Arctic. This should be a well-known fact. Although, actually, I'm placing this kind of in the wrong spot. I should actually be putting it, like, here. Should we turn it off? Nah. That would be way too smart. And logical. And way less fun. Where's your sense of adventure? No, it's definitely on. The problem is the thing that's supposed to launch this sucker isn't currently powered. And connecting this might power it, but also might not. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm currently doing is even going to work, but... I mean, the other thing I could do is I could just dig out this, and then just put a gear like these right there, and then that would transfer power. But, like, I feel like this should be transferring... Okay, actually, here's what I could do. Nah, I'm not going to bother. A force of darkness that's vile has arrived. Is my front door open? Yes. Let's close it. I'm just going to choose not to worry about it for the time being. Also, where's that beast? I kind of forgot about it. Oh yeah, also I've got that ghost I gotta memorialize. Let's put you up here in this cool temple for cool people. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how else to explain them anymore, so I don't know how to make them less confusing to you. Like, it's literally the simplest power system I've ever used in a video game. So, yeah, I don't really know how to explain it to you then. If they're confusing to you still. This is gonna fire it probably. Yep, there it goes. Dwarf had to get out of the way twice. But it doesn't have any blood on it, so that's a good sign. Alright, well it worked that time. I just did a terrible job telling anybody. So that's a good sign. I don't know why it wasn't transferring power in the first place, but it's fine. So, good news is, it works now. Bad news is, I may have hit a dwarf. I don't see anybody who's obviously injured, so I guess we're all fine. The next thing I gotta do is I gotta hook this up to power, which requires me doing a vertical axle right here, and then them finishing this. So someone is constructing this, that needs a few logs to be placed, and then someone needs to build that. So there should only really be like 3 construction jobs. Okay, there's more than that, I lied. You were craving food and you made dough and threw it in the oven with feta cheese at 3:10 in the morning. Well, it depends on when you went to bed, you know? I used to eat lunch around 4 a.m. So it highly depends on when you went to bed and what your sleep cycle is, and is it destroying your life? If no, then no, you're fine. If yes, then then you should maybe fix your sleep schedule. I don't know. Also, B-Lug the Diplomat is visiting. B-Lug, congratulations. My other diplomats died, so you're now the diplomat. So that's kind of funny. That's not normal. Please don't tell me anything about you being up for 36 hours or 32 hours. That concerns the hell out of me. I don't need to know about your self-harm. I realize that I'm a little weird, but don't normalize self-harm, chat. Or rather, I realize some of you find this weird, but don't normalize self-harm. Please, chat. Speed up this process a wee bit. And yes, I do consider staying up that long self-harm, so. Cat Pig, I don't personally feel comfortable contributing to your 32 hours of awakeness, so I'm going to time you out for 10 minutes and use that as a way to tell you to please go to sleep. And if I'm helping keep you up, please stop watching me. I'll see you tomorrow once you've slept. How am I going to load those cards? By dropping them into a pool of lava. Nice and simple. I mean, I used to do dumb stuff like that when I worked nights, but like, it's the closest I've come to dying in my life and was not a good thing, so. Chat, can I get a round of beer so I don't need to stare at this anymore? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. And then, genuinely, I really hope that they're just memeing. Dwarf only had, this is sharpshooter. This child killed a forgotten, or this dwarf killed a forgotten beast as a child by firing a minecart at it. Goddamn hero, this dwarf. In an ad break, so I will pause the game until the ads are done, but I'm just going to go down here and check this. And get that deconstructing. Get this opening. Pause it. Let's look up where the beast is. It's right there. Sharpshooter is still alive, yeah? You have a good night, Neezer. Sleep well, dude. So now we're just waiting another 30 seconds on these ads to end. Also, Mouse Beater, it's good to see you. You've been lurking in the YouTube and the VODs a bit. This is why I don't see a lot of my old regulars as much, is because they lurk in the YouTubes. And then when they do talk, I don't recognize them because everybody has a different name on YouTube. But it's fine. I will say, like, ever since I started streaming on the YouTubes, it has been harder for me to keep track of my community a little bit, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. No, totally. I mean, people come and go, and people watch on both, and they swap back and forth, and as it should be, and as it's designed, so. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't make it a little bit harder for me to track who's who and where. Especially when I have 2 different usernames to track half the time. Okay. Pull the lever, Dwarfs. Let's go over here. It's literally just that. Well, we'll see if it works. Oh no, my tab has just crashed. I lost YouTube chat. So if you said anything in the last couple minutes YouTube chat, and if I missed it, that'd be why. You're close to giving it up as entertainment? How so? Which part is it killing it for? Which part of it is killing it for you? That was a hard sentence for me to finish for some reason. You're back, though, Brian. It's fine. At least it crashed and didn't freeze. Crashing, it just says, please refresh the tab. Whereas, like, which is easy to fix, but otherwise it'd say, I think chat hasn't said anything in a while? And then I look at the dashboard and it's just like, it's clearly been crashed for a while. It just hard locked and froze. Okay, so you get a pull. And you also get a pull. And I lock this door. Go kill the chicken. Or just stare at it. I mean, killing it's optimal. Now don't back up. You're locked in here. You cannot escape. You are getting very sleepy. Jesus Christ, Dwarves, pull the levers faster. Thank you very much. Okay. We are now up to Forgotten Beast 19. This beast can legally drink in a dwarven fortress. We did it, chat. You know, I honestly find that, like, if you go to YouTube and just hit subscriptions, kind of like what Real Gamer Cow said, YouTube's app isn't bad at all. Like, I don't mind watching the occasional short. I just don't like accidentally ending up defaulting it to the homepage to shorts on the app, but... 19. Yes. It's not quite like 16, though. We gotta make the good... We do still have to make the good times last. Let's go over here and click this and click this and click this. And this. And now, is there anybody constructing stuff? Uh-oh. If no, that may mean that there's a minecart ricocheting around here. Oh! Now we just have to wait for a dwarf to come place a minecart. It does seem to work, though. It does seem to work. The thing is, I got another thing I need to hook up a lever to. Let's just pull this real quick. And just go here and grab a mechanism and plop it here. This is going to be the drawbridge on-off switch. So like the, oh god, I need to turn the thing off switch. This is like the full, complete shutdown of the whole system switch. So. Back from dinner, what'd you miss? We're starting to test the repeating minecart cannon. So very good. I also had to, unfortunately, time out a really long follower of mine who's been following the channel since 2018 for saying that they've been awake for 32 hours, so I hope they go to bed. So being awake that long is something gnarly. So you're going to go place track vehicle. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any problems with shorts. I think that shorts are totally fine. What I have a problem with is when you select the short on the mobile app and it defaults to shorts then and then like doesn't let you just go to the homepage anymore. That bugs me. Like shorts, they're fine. That on paper, like they don't bug me all that much. Like kind of not really. Like I don't find them in and of themselves to be particularly annoying. Like especially like a well-made short. Like there's a good number of creators out there that are actually doing some pretty good stuff with shorts. But like I don't like that it makes it hard, like less straightforward to get back into like just normal YouTube. That's what I don't like about them. It's bedtime for you, Stone. Well, thanks for modding today. Say goodnight to the lovely moderator, Stone. You mind the mindless stitched reposts? Yeah. Yeah. I think really all it is it's a generational divide thing, right? I mean, I make shorts because I have to. not because I find them to be particularly interesting to make, which is why Suited Giraffe makes most of my shorts instead of me making them. Like, I'll make them occasionally, but generally the shorts that appear on my channel are made by Suited Giraffe. It just makes them for fun and DMs them to me. And the reason for that is quite literally just I can't be asked. Like, I have a really difficult time justifying the time to make them. So that, all of that linking levers, oops, which is now Keyfry's job apparently, is going to make it so that I can pull one lever and shut the whole thing off. Yeah, when we get to YouTube's cargo shorts era, then it'll be great. Just can't wait for the bell bottoms. We're very old, aren't we? We're making dad jokes about content we don't like. You know, chat, I don't want to scare you, but you can redeem a dwarf. The redemption is available. Just saying. I mean, that wasn't so much old YouTube. It was more of a... It was less old YouTube and more... cheesemaker. Do I have a cheesemaker? Edom is a cheesemaker. Do you want Edom? Mouse beater. I mean, that's just all social media apps, right? Yeah, I don't know. I still personally prefer YouTube as an entertainment platform. And that is specific outside of all other social media apps and most streaming services. And that's only for the reason that the subscription box still exists. If they get rid of the day they get rid of the subscription box is the day that I basically go, yeah, goodbye, YouTube. As like my entertainment in my living room on my TV. But let me show you something. This is a YouTube stat. It's going to take me a second to find it. But let me see if I can find it real quick here. It's like viewer location, I think. Could be under content. Ah, this is it. How your viewers find you. Browse features. So this is like front page, recommendations, not the suggested videos sidebar, but like front page recommendations in that scroll area, auto-played videos, stuff like that. Suggested videos, that's the sidebar, or beneath the video if you're on mobile. YouTube search. Shorts feed. Other YouTube features. We're down to 5% of my audience. I don't even know what other YouTube features mean. But the subscription box is currently... Jesus Christ, where even is it? Have they, like, moved the subscription box into other? No? Terrible, generally, Zalvi? Bad click-through rates, low recommendations. It's mostly just subscription box views, which is fine. I don't even see the subscription box views anymore. And I appreciate that, Wet Cabbage. I'm just trying to find where they've moved that stat to. Let's just go to the Gremlin video and see if it's underneath specific videos still. Yeah, no, it's gone. If other people know where this stat is, do let me know. Because I would love to know where they've put it. Because it used to be like 3% of my views came from the subscription box. But it seems to not even be surfacing that now. All I know is that only 25% of my views come from subscribers. That I can show you. It's right here. So, you know. Yeah, I don't even know really how to feel about that. That's kind of wild, man. That's kind of wild. I mean, I guess at this point, YouTube's more interested with just making me click on this tab. I wonder how much electricity loading this tab takes.
Sending good vibes, blind. Just finished your Gremlin video and loved it lol, they're my favorite on your YouTube channel. So thanks for putting so much effort into them.
Sorry. Sakato, thank you very much for the Prime sub for 3 months. Welcome back. I'm glad you like those videos. I like making them. I will make more of them. Thanks for keeping that subscription live. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For that 3rd month. Alright, so let's see how much linking we're doing. Oh no, it's unfortunately a reality. Like, it's, unless the AI bubble pops soon, it is eventually going to start to get jammed down your throats. I mean, it kind of already is. Yeah. As much as as much as some of us see it, plenty of us don't. Space can. As somebody who does this for a living, Will, it's not even remotely useful. If you find that useful, then you're so creatively bankrupt you don't deserve to be in this industry, in my opinion. Like, I look at those titles and those videos, and it's just like, okay, so you've taken all of my most successful content and crammed it together. Duh. Of course, rehashing similar things that have success will get you some sort of success a second time. That is generally how YouTube works. So, no, it's not even remotely helpful. If it was helpful, I would use it and not just make fun of it. Because it's not. The way that you, like, do well in this industry is you make good content, right? Anybody with 2 brain cells can be like, yeah, a video about Dwarf Fortress's most ridiculous bug would probably do well. I don't need an AI to tell me that. It's not like it's coming up with this genius concept that I'd never thought of before. Like, it's not helpful. It's just actually kind of insulting, actually. It's genuinely how I feel about it. Now, is that the AI bubble popping, or is that, like, America popping? Like, I'm not sure who to blame that one on, Real Gamer Cow. Little column A, little column B, sure. The goblins are all fighting with an armadillo. Right. B-Lug was a beast. Okay, let's just turn this off. And fire some cannons at these guys. Little column A, convenient excuse for real column B. You know, totally. Yeah. I still think it's really funny that this is just a very oddly specific statistic because it's a very specific time from my childhood, which is Brat Stalls made more money in 2008 than OpenAI has made in its existence. Obviously not counting their losses. I just think it's funny that Brat Stalls was the like comparison reference I found when looking it up. Because I was just like, oh yeah, I remember when my little sister was obsessed with those for a minute. Let's fire some cannons. Well, not cannons. Let's fire some railguns. It is very specific, but it's very specific in the kind of ways that amuses me. Let's fire the second round right away. Nyum. Oh, there's a goblin. There's the red streak. That once was a goblin. Ooh, that looks like it hurts. Still going. They're already retreating. That was fast. Let's fire again. Uh-oh. I flipped them out of order. Well. Also, it appears that most of these goblins have gotten out of the way, except for that one. Nope. Now he's gone. And here comes the next round. Human Death Ghoul is fighting... And then Cole the General is also fighting with some goblins. So Cole the General up here and this random visiting Death Ghoul, who also happens to be a poet, allegedly, a very well-armed poet, are just kind of killing the goblins at the exit. So, like, I'm fighting them, and then this visitor / and noble are finishing them off. I appreciate them and thank them for their service. Let's see if we can get these moved real quick. Or are you gonna go plunk those? There we go. Getting all these put away. Thanks visiting definitely a bard. Okay. So let's see what we can do to finish this. You know, I think we can probably test this sucker again. So let's do that. Nah, I should probably wait for that to be done. We should probably wait for that to be done. But you know what? I don't care all that much. So let's test this sucker again. Well, best of luck with getting some sleep, Catbug. Thanks for understanding. Cheers, dude. Or cat pig, not catbug. Why did I say catbug? Where did I know that term from? I don't even remember now. I definitely know that from something. All right, you right here. Go around this way, which would launch. Then it'll drop down here and do a lap. Then it'll drop. And it drops onto there. Motherfucker works. Question is it going fast enough to shoot lava? That I don't know yet. I won't know until it's set up. So here's hoping it's going fast enough to shoot lava. Oops, wrong tile. Is it a cartoon character? Huh. I may have, like, accidentally triggered an old memory with a username that looks grammatically similar. There's a cat-dog cartoon? Huh. I guess that's what happens when cats and dogs are living together. Now, is that a cat that's mixed with a dog or a dog that thinks it's a cat? Because I definitely grew up with a dog that thought it was a cat. She was lovely, but also, like, thought she was a cat. Stealthy cat dresses as pig. Ah, well, clearly that. Let's do that. Full speed. Full beans. Cut back the speed. Only micro beans. Cut back the speed. Only mini beans. Cut back the speed. And cut back the speed. Actually, no, you can go full speed along here. Full beans! And full beans. Full speed. Full speed. Full speed. And full speed. Full speed. And that's most of the bottom level. Night, cat pig. That's like human centipede, but with cats and dogs. I hate it. Thanks, Bert, for putting that image in my head. I don't know if this helps, but growing up, I had a cat named Papageno, who was named after the bird catcher from the Magic Flute. And we named him that because in case we ended up getting a girl cat, because we weren't sure if we were going to get a girl or a boy cat, we could name it Papageno, which is Papageno's canonical wife. We ended up getting a boy cat, so we named him Papageno, and nobody actually called the cat that, so instead we called him Puppy. So we had a cat named Puppy, which didn't confuse anybody. And he was smart enough cat that he would come when he was called. So when we actually got a puppy, people would shout puppy and the cat would come running, which would confuse a lot of people. That was fun. Good times. I'm gonna go fill up my water. My water's empty. We were kind of in an ad break at the exact moment. BRB.
Over here, he has a sword!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cheese for everyone!
I have acquired water. Yes. Potato, you good over there? Do you need a hand with something? Why the screaming? Okay, this area I don't care about chain type so much. It's just speed. I guess I'm out of chains now. But we're making good progress. We may soon be getting to the point where I can just run this thing on a full loop. And when we get to that point, then we can try filling her up. What happens on full loop? The world explodes. I don't know. We will find out. It's a lot of rails. Yep. This is eventually, ideally, assuming I don't screw it up somehow, going to end up being a fully automated minecart, or a lava launching minecart cannon machine thingy. Speaking of, is you finished yet? Okay, we'll let you finish. And I can just turn the thing on and leave it on. You know, that used to be a series I used to do on YouTube today in Dwarf Fortress. They were designed to be like kind of like the movies I make now, but in under 10 minutes. I made like 20 of them, I think. I kind of stopped doing them though because it was like such a short period of time that I was limiting myself to artificially that it kind of became hard to be creative and come up with new things. So I just kind of stopped making them at a point, but what do I have for cloth? Got a lot of pigtail cloth. Let's just make, I mean, what are you wearing? Dress? Let's do 110 cloth dress. I mean, we are definitely going to be accelerating particles of lava, but I'm not entirely certain that is a particle accelerator. Like, if we're just saying that all things are particles and we're going to accelerate something to a very high speed, then yeah, absolutely, we're making a particle accelerator. But I think saying that we're making a particle accelerator is maybe a bit disingenuous. Just a bit. And all you say is today we Dwarf just, and it's just your 8-hour VOD split into 20 10-minute videos by removing the idle time. I can't... I'm sorry, did you ask ChatGPT to come up with that? Why? I used to edit interesting bits out of my VODs into YouTube videos. I would cut out the idle time, I'd leave my camera in and whatnot, and it would just be my commentary from the streams. And they performed terribly. Like, they did okay for a bit initially, but I kind of gave up making them because, like, they just rapidly became the worst performing thing on the channel, kind of, period. So I did actually do that at one point. Oh no, my queen's loincloth is in terrible tenders. Let's say silk loincloth. 250. So that should bring these up, which it does, in fact. Now I can turn this on. What else is there to accelerate other than particles? Bad ideas. Alternatively, good ideas? Okay, so in theory, all, like, I don't know why some of these are inactive. Okay, so odd. I'm just gonna do this. Like, you're active, you're not. You're active, you're active, you're active. You're not, you're not. You are. Okay, so I will just do this. Let's do what I did on the other side. Let's not worry about that last one down there, though. I don't think any of these are backwards either. North. Wait, what? Man, apparently, you know, H-Bomber guy has been claiming on his Patreon for a while that he's going to put out 2 videos this year, and I refuse to believe it. We're already in fucking April. getting close to May. We have yet to hear anything. Just realizing a bunch of these are inactive, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do those on this side too. I don't know why this one's inactive. Let's just try deconstructing it and reconstructing it and see if I can fix it.
Crypt arrive.
If he gets it out in June, he'll be on... Oh, I mean, if he sticks to, like, you know, the 1.5 hour runtime instead of the 4 hour runtime, maybe. I wonder if his last video ended in any lawsuits. I haven't heard anything, but it wouldn't surprise me. Psycon, thank you very much for the 42nd month. It's good to see you, dude. Long time no see. Hope things have been all right. Or at the very least, as good as they can be. This one looks inactive, but I guess it is moving. Let's see if that'll work. And then let's also make some more iron chains, because I think I'm out. Nope, still making more. Let's make another 50 iron chains. So all I need to do right now is I need this to be finished. So I can power a lot of this stuff on the other side. And then I need to pull one lever and then we can test it again. There's only one minecart. There's a lot of minecart tracks though. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for the Meaning of the Universe resub from Psycon89? And a tree is lying on your house. Is it lying on your house or in your house? Because if it's in your house, that's a much bigger problem than on the house. I don't know if anybody here watches the lovely YouTuber LGR, Lazy Game Reviews. Now it's all working. These ones don't have any power, but currently that's something I'm willing to accept. But anyway, LGR had got hit by the hurricanes and it put a tree through his house. But that's still terrifying, so. On your house, okay. If it was in your house, that would be a much bigger problem. Yeah, growing up, that happened to my neighbors, actually, when I was little. Very little. I don't remember it at all, but my parents have told the story of it a good number of times. Apparently, my next door neighbors in one of the houses I lived in when I was a little kid, we had a really big windstorm and it knocked a bunch of trees down and took out a chunk of the people living next door to us's house. Like it was just gone. Just gone. Just kaput. Bye-bye. Gone. Okay, so we're just going to wait for that last one and we'll do another test run. We'll see how this runs. Alrighty, everybody. You may want to look up because there's a forgotten beast named Omethu, something or another, Omethayavia, blah, blah, blah. A gigantic three-eyed cobra. Three-eyed? Oh. Did you steal somebody's? It has large mandibles and it undulates. Beware its poison bite. Shocker, it's a cobra. Well, okay, so it's in an area where it can't access us unless I permit it to. So let's see, is it sealed in? Yes, it should be. Although I will go place a wall down here so this doesn't happen again. Yet at the same time, we don't have access to out there, so we should be good. Pull the lever, but glad you survived the ice storms, dude. Yeah, LGR's house got completely obliterated, B-Log. By the way, B-Log, your old Dwarf from the last fort keeps showing up as a diplomat. So, thought that was interesting. No! Well, I mean, it'll work. Let's see where it goes. This is such a bummer, chat. I can't even... Like, just this skipping tracks thing. This is going to kill this whole design. Like, I may have to rebuild the whole thing. So let me see if I can figure out see if I can figure out a better way to transfer power between these without removing the walls. Because right now, removing the walls is going to kill it. It's going to destroy this whole setup. Is the problem. It's going to, if they keep skipping tracks like that, then this whole setup is a bust. You know what I might do? Just say to hell with power going this way. Just get rid of all of these. And also I need to go up to here. Jump to this. Shut this sucker off. Maybe just drastically slowing it down is what I need to do. Actually, this one can stay in here. But this doesn't need to be here. That doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. That doesn't need to be here. Power shut down. You down here. You flip up. I need shale blocks, not conglomerate blocks. I'm just going to kind of hope that they'll be going fast enough that they can get into the main routes. Otherwise, what I need to do is I need every other track to be one layer down. Which I can do. I can do that. It'll just be a much larger amount of digging. It's a lot of tracks. Yes, it does in fact track. Basically, I'm gonna try this as like a final kinda Hail Mary here, I guess. And if this don't work, well then, we'll just have to figure it out from there. I can turn the safety back on. Or the power back on. See what is powered and what isn't. That can go away. worried this is going to make it skip. Where'd you hear that from, Stone Hollow? What gave you that idea? I think you've been given a completely misguided, misleading impression of me. I won't take this slander. I don't even know what I'm saying, but hey. Nobody would have to live on the wrong side of them. I have a question. Have you ever seen a rail yard? It's like saying, if all beds were like this, motions towards a California king, then it would be impossible to get up on the wrong side of them. Or maybe if you made a circular bed. And honestly, I actually don't really like tracks. I genuinely find these things to be kind of frustrating to build, but... Alright, let's fire this sucker off again. Let's test her. Let's see if this works. Wish me luck, chat. You may want to look up now, because I think a dwarf's about to come to pull a lever. Or not. There we go. Let's see what this do. Huh? Oh. I'm just an absolute moron. Don't mind me. Where in the middle does the right side stop and the wrong side begin? I don't get. Brain don't compute. This problem goes in the round hole. Also, Mousebeater redeemed a dwarf. Said they wanted an ugly cheesemaker. I found an ugly cheesemaker and then didn't name them Mousebeater. I'm having a day, I guess. Allow me to fix this problem. Also, chat, if you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have, and that will tell you how many you can invest, Mousebeater. So let's get this dwarf named, and then we'll figure out this minecart problem. Yeah, I didn't. Mousebeater never feels lustful passions. Is greatly moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is grounded in reality and very polite, observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is very trusting, takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, an artifact just started, and it tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, tries to keep things orderly, and often acts with compassion. He is curious and eager to learn and is assertive. He is quick to anger and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to hang on to grievances and has a sense of duty. Occasionally overindulges. And he personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, and values artwork and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Likes serpentine and steel as well as indigo tourmaline and simang bone and the color mint green and cabochons and picks and giant red squirrels for their tails, and the words of the tenebrous wisps and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and when possible prefers to consume acorn fly and finger mullet. Except for the lack of just part? What? What do you mean it's you aside from lack of just? And finger mullet beer, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Is mint green color? Oh, aside from the lack of lust. Fair enough. You've got several friends in the fort, which is good. You're a member of the sect of Amethyst, and you seem to be a relatively happy dwarf who's a novice cheesemaker. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, I still may have to redo half of this. If we don't figure out a way to make it work this round, then it's pretty likely that I'm just going to say to heck with it. Let's turn the safety back on, too. So I don't kill a dwarf. Ah. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek parley. I seek a party, but they don't seem particularly interested in that either. And honestly, party seems much more fun than parlay. I mean, the goal for my next fort, I don't know what we're talking about, but the goal for my next fort is I want to just do a fortress with no notifications whatsoever, except for parlays and such. Like the stuff that's like gameplay necessary, which would kind of force me to not build forts the way I normally do. The way I normally do is like over lots of spanning levels in various different places. This would require me to like hotkey areas and be able to see everything at all times. And probably build pretty compact. And also use things like schedules. Also, I've got a dwarf that's claimed a forge. I want bones. Why are you outside, Dwarf? Oh, it's because you're just leaving. I love how Beelug has a wife and also a lover. Also is a kindred spirit with Squizzly and Shinobi. Passing acquaintance with George. Still seems to have his old gear, too. Including Gora's Death, a platinum spear. Pretty dope. Why limit yourself? Why limit yourself? Of course. Okay, well, let's test this sucker out again. Let's see how she goes. Am I switching to bed mode? Bed mode sounds good. Enjoy your bed mode. Let's see if this... Oh, God. Yeah, I don't... Is it just that first corner, maybe? Because if that's the case... Whoa! I mean, here you come again. Yeah, it very consistently fires it the wrong way. Which, in a, like, deja vu, I've been in this place before kind of way, is kind of awesome, but, like, practicality-wise, super inefficient and not really what we want. Let's go. I mean, I guess it's this. It's the corner that's the problem. So let's just get rid of all of these corners. Is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get rid of all the corners. Multi-lane drifting. I mean, it's pretty cool looking. It's bad in almost every other way. I do think it's kind of funny that it does end up in the right spot again, though. No, you're not the captain of the guard. You are, that is a, okay, so there's a B-lug in this fort, right? That's the B-lug in this fort. The B-lug that you just saw was your B-lug from the last fort, who's apparently the diplomat for this faction now, who visits several times a year. So that's what's happening there. I mean, the solution to the trolley problem is to not ask the question. That's all. I also hate the trolley problem. I don't even like talking about it. It just irritates me for some reason. I don't know why. Actually, this I can keep, because that went all the way up to the edge there. Okay, that can just get deleted. These are all inactive anyway, so might as well get rid of them too. That's just a tower to the sky. Heaven's Something was a fort that was sent into the Community Fort series a while ago. Not Heaven's Gate, but it was Heaven's Something. And it was just a giant tower made almost entirely of gold and godlike metals. It's a tower that I will never forget. Those kinds of forts are cool. Space Can, you do realize that the majority of dwarven populations actually don't live below ground? If you go to the overworld, all of these hillixes are all above ground. So it's not elf behavior. It's just uneducated dwarf behavior to say that. If you were a more worldly dwarf and knew the functions of all societies in the world in which you reside, you would know that that's dwarfy behavior. I mean, what is more dwarfy than claiming the surface from the people who naturally live there? Creating an industry that defies physics and becomes the pinnacle of dwarven engineering. After all, what could be more dwarfy than that? Let's test this sucker again. That was quick. Okay, so that's 1. Let's forbid this. 2. Ha! Okay. So, now that that is working, We can follow the minecart as it does loops. Is it possible for a dwarf to not do things since it is a dwarf? Anything it does have to be a dwarf behavior, doesn't it? That, you know, honestly, we're too big brain for my silly retort now, Stone Hollow. You've kind of lost me. But sure. All right. So now that I've done that, these are all just going to end up being named test, aren't they? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so now all of these should have a minecart available. Iron or steel doesn't actually matter. That one's already got something in it. And then we get to see if this works. And here's hoping it does. I feel like I'd probably have a better comeback, Stone Hollow, but I have been streaming for 9.5 hours almost, so. I'm pointing at that and being like, me tired. Me tired, me would have better response, but me tired. So me no worry, because me tired. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. If I've solved this, all I need to do is fill that little puddle over there up with lava. It's created Sazir Taslim, a silver figurine of Baki Shieldfish, the Ram of Hides. What a name. And offers it to us. Oopsies. I need to know more about that thing, because that's such a ridiculous name for a thing. Dear Random Outpost Liaison, you can carry that around. Because I would love to know what the hell that is. But let's just take a peek at it. This is a silver figurine of Baki Shieldfish, the Ram of Hides. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's a masterfully designed image of Baki, the human in silver. Baki, the Ram of Hides, is traveling. The artwork relates to the flight of the human Baki, the Ram of Hides, to the righteous step in 306. It is decorated with goat bone and encircled with bands of radiant cut sardonyxes. That wasn't my adventure, was it? This object is adorned with hanging rings of nether cap and menaces with spikes of silver and chert. On the item is an image of the Tower of Tarnish. What a good name. The native gold mug in hematite. On the item is an image of a cushion cut gem in pigtail.
Happy
Taylor!
40 months. Time flies. I hope your Tuesday is treating you well.
It's a Tuesday. Thanks for the 40th month. Welcome back, dude. It's good to see you. I hope that you've been well. I definitely had an adventurer named Baki at one point, so I wonder. But here go the dwarves. The strong ones are very obvious because they move quite quickly, such as this one. Origin 64, quite strong. Versus Swag, not so strong. This one moving real slow. You're also moving pretty slow. But once all these are placed, we can test it. And if they all stay on track, then it's working. If they don't, then fuck it. It's kind of that simple. Oi! Best material for... Wait, copper is heavier than steel? What? Is it denser than steel? Sorry, is it denser than silver, though? You just blew my mind if that's the case. I've been under the impression that silver is best for warhammers. For a very long time. Because it's density plus weight. For blunt force trauma weapons. That's wild if copper's actually better. I would need to look at the raws to actually tell you, but... Well, okay. We're talking about things that are allowed to be crafted into weapons in vanilla. Lead is not, outside of artifacts. So, sure, lead is better, and so is Slade, but that's besides the point. The shirt on the tracks is a good sign. It's because I'm making dresses right now. It's not because somebody died. I assure you. I assure you, actually. Oopsies. Copper bolts aren't great, though. Silver bolts are. But, I don't know. I'm getting some mixed opinions here because, like, I don't think the copper bolts are particularly good. So simply put, at this point, I don't really know how to feel about what you're saying. Copper, silver, platinum, gold. I'm pretty sure that's the order it goes in Dwarf for it too. It'd be really bizarre if copper was denser than silver. But then again, there's some pretty truly bizarre things in this game, so maybe I shouldn't be thinking too much about it. Forest owner, what kind of dwarf would you like? A priest. I have no idea if there's any priests available. Let me check. I generally only go for named dwarves as priests. I could give you Melville, who's the Holy Crypt. Does this work for you? And you can't just say you checked. Vakrock, say which one is the densest. This is like a YouTube cliffhanger nonsense. That works for you? Okay. Oh, sorry, natural response. Forest owner. He owns the forest, as in like the video game term owning. Thank you, DS. You're making me gain my sanity back slowly. You're not a geologist, but you slept at a Holiday Inn less. And my back hurts, and that bed was made of silver. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Okay, he can act without after having a strengthening after having clothing rot off his body. That's probably his favorite like comedy sketch to do. Is just like, so at the time my underwear rotted off my body. He often acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He's impervious to the effects of stress, and he is dour as a rule. Something I think that's kind of funny about clothing rotting off their body is usually it's not because that rotted off their body. That would take hundreds of years. Most clothing damage comes from, or not, well, it would take like, sorry, about 60 for most clothing to completely rot away. The most clothing damage comes from fights of any kind, or like having to move quickly. So like, if they're getting concussive, like, concussive justice from the captain of the guard or something, their clothing will rot away, but actually it's just somebody punching them and making their clothes, like, shred off their body. So it's usually because they got beat up, not because it actually rotted away. Anyway, he is dour as a rule, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is troubled by this because he values romance. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often feels discouraged. He is quite ambitious, and he is often nervous. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him after wearing old clothing. And personally, acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and does not often feel envious of others. And he can occasionally overindulge, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting after having clothes rot off his body, and thinks that that romance is very important in life and values peace over war after seeing him in his dead body, unrelated to the clothes rotting off his body. He likes pyrolusite as well as copper and black pyrope and perch tooth, ibex bone, rami fabric, and the color gray. Amulets and enormous corkscrews. Turkeys for their little waddle, and the words of the crested wall, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling. And when possible, prefers to consume carrot wine and alpaca's milk, and hates large roaches. Me too. Me too. Has one friend who's Einod. And of course is a member of the Order of Dust and a religious leader, the Holy Crypt. Feels empathy after remembering, discussing, an acquaintance's problems. Wants to make romance and be with family. Has neither. Sag. Welcome to the port. All right, down here. Okay, so I'm waiting on a minecart right there and a minecart right there. So there should still be two getting placed. Well, there's one getting placed. That sounds dense. DS? It's like me when I'm feeling grumpy. Equally dense. Basically what I'm saying is, if you get me on a cranky day and make me into a Warhammer, I would be a very good weapon. Just saying. Just got off working late, and you're glad you just didn't miss absolutely everything? Well, no, you didn't. Not John. We'll probably be on for a similar length of time tomorrow, except tomorrow around 6 or 7 hours into the stream, I'm going to be swapping over to Star Sector. What spikes would you menace with? Ooh, I would have hanging rings. And maybe, like, images in things. Whoa, tomorrow's spoilers? I mean, hey. I'm trying to, like, build up some excitement for this guy being a total noob at Star Sector, which is hopefully definitely going to be a good time. God damn, this queen is slow. No, trust me, she's walking. She's just walking real slow. Speaking of walking slow. But we still have one more test to do to make sure this sucker even works, so. Which is, I need a minecart there and a minecart there. Although there's only one more minecart being placed, which means we're missing one. This is why whenever a video game has steel ore, it bugs me. DS? Pretty magical that you're finding an alloy. Steel is like refined iron, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's a very wrong term to use, but... Steel is marketing? Are you telling me that they have... I can't say... Man, I can't figure out a pun for this. I was going to say something about stealing the ideas, but... God damn it. Oh boy. Getting spicy with this one. There are games that have steel ore. I've absolutely seen games with steel ore, yes. Okay, so this is the one that doesn't have one. Let's test this. Well, chat, should we test it, or should I just make sure that they're all in place? Because I could just go put a different minecart on this. Ah, fuck it. We'll put a different minecart on this. Demonster is getting to it. Well, that was quick. Although, is this not the one that... Logic No has created a masterpiece mechanism. Cool. "100% works? I wish I had your confidence. Isn't there also things like Damascus steel where the reason it was so good wasn't because their craftsmen were better, but simply because they just happened to have a pure deposit of iron? I was reading something about this recently. Where, like, Damascus steel was like this legendarily impossibly good thing at the time, but in reality is just like they just got lucky with their drops. Are you sure? What about Dr. Dre? Fraga. Well, I'm talking about old Damascus, not modern. Well, I'm sure there was plenty of, like, you know, very, very talented craftsmen there. I'm not knocking them, but they weren't... And the thing that I was reading basically suggests that historically they weren't as much better as some people initially thought, I guess. Gets its strength from layering? I need to fact check the thing that I was reading, but now I'm like really curious to look into it because I wonder. All right, anyway, we now have minecarts, and I'm going to do this, which is forbid all of them, so that no dwarf pulls a dumb and tries to move them. And now we can test this properly. Well, are we ready? It's mostly about a cool pattern. The best kind of pattern. A cool one. Chat, we're gonna give this thing its first real test. And then after this, we'll give it a live fire test. But I have to fill up this thing first before we can give it a proper live fire test. Okay, so what should happen is the drawbridges should drop. Huh? What? Well, that's not good. Okay, well, catching up. Two of them just like straight up have no power. Great. Off to a good start here. That's one. These are coming through. It does seem to be working, aside from that those two have no power. So aside from those two having no power, this does seem to be working. Let's watch up here for a little bit. Nyom, nyom, nyom. Cool. Oh. Dwarf, you may wanna not. Okay. That dwarf was about to pull a Krug Smash. Oh look, a way to die. Okay, we do have some jamming going on here. That's suboptimal. Yeah, that's bad. So these ones all got jammed up. Let's see where you end up and why you get jammed. So you go up through the middle up here. That's fine. Then you drop down through. Go up through this one. I wonder how the heck... Oh, they must be too close together. Well, let's just turn all this on. Or close all these. For the most part, though, this will work. Like, it still has some bugs I need to iron out. But it does seem to be working for the most part. So I'm going to make sure that these are powered. And I think I know how to fix this. So deconstruct these and deconstruct these. And make them go all the way up to the corner before turning. Once these bridges close, I should be able to test this with lava in it. Let's also go up to here and unforbid this. I'm also going to make a stockpile that's going to fill up all of this all the way over to here. This is going to be for chains or ropes or whatever they're called. And mine carts. And also mechanisms, I guess. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if we can make these work. We're in an ad break, but I'm just going to get this done as quickly as possible. Actually, you know what? A quicker way to do this, it's a bit more jury rigging though, is the way that I fixed the first one. I know what the problem is, and I know the construction error that I made that broke these, but I can fix them quite easily by just simply doing this. And just putting a mechanism in the corner. That's the quick way. So let's just do it that way. Also, how are you, Clinodev? It's good to see you. Sorry I haven't gotten Future of the Fortress done, but I've been busy. And also, I'll be completely honest, I had zero desire to work this weekend, so I worked on Friday and got DF News done and wrote my blog post and did a few other things and haven't done shit since. I think what I'm going to do to hopefully fix this is I'm just going to cut this speed in half of this one. That's the thing that I'm going to do to hopefully fix this. Thanks for all the tutorial videos. It really helped you get into the game. Happy to help, dude. First time catching your streams, but I love your vids on YouTube. I mean, the YouTube videos are kind of marketing for the streams in a way, but appreciate you. Can't have one without the other. Okay, so that's going to get done. Okay. Also, this can just go away because it's not actually connecting. No, actually, no, it can't. Actually, it can. Sort of. It's whatever. We'll leave it. Okay, so these are all powered now, and then this one needs to be half speed. Needs to be these and that. And then up here, this is now done. Now the question is, chat, do I do another test run or do we just say, fuck it, it's going to work? I would say at this point, either is kind of an option. Because my options here are test it or do one test fire of live fire and then let them in. So it'd be test it, do live fire test, and then let the enemy in. Or I could just do live fire test and then let the enemy in. So it's 2 more rounds of testing or 1 more round of testing are the options. I don't want to accidentally melt a bunch of copper crates, so what I'm going to do instead of... just do floor bars. Am I really out of iron? Oh, that's impressive. Really need some of this goblinite. Dwarves demand bloodshed. Do they now, or does chat? I think chat does, but if the dwarves do as well, well then I will have to oblige. I simply have no option. I was gonna say, why is it taking them so long to get over here? But here we go, finally. You suspect that there's humans in chat, much more in line with that morality. You know, it's oddly funny, like how on the nose Tarn was with, like, the, what's it called? The human ethics, because it is very accurate to how humans perceive the dwarves to act. Like, the humans often act in very Dwarf Fortress human ethics ways. And by the humans, I mean the people in chat and myself. I mean, that is true, Joker. Come on, dwarves, be a little quicker. Let's get pumping. Let's hope that I set this up right. Also, Nethercap is the one that can't burn, right? Pretty sure it's Nethercap, right? 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 I think. Dwarves are like hard Marxist. They're not even communist. Then I will have to make a way of draining this, but this should do it. And then I also just need to make sure that this is in the Fortress Burrow, which currently it's not. And then none of this should be in the Fortress Burrow. So I do not, under any circumstances, want the dwarves going down in here. So this needs to be 5 deep. Point taken. In regards to management. The way their economy works, they have no ownership. They're paid purely in, like, having their basic needs met. So, and they don't get any kind of financial pay, but everything is free. Also, I've got a light shining through. That is the first time that's happened since building this setup. Hold on a second. something. I had my my bedroom door open, and there was a light reflecting off of the wood of my chair in the other room, which was coming perfectly through and bouncing off of the back of this. You can still see it a tiny bit, but like, yeah, it'll be gone in a couple minutes. All right. Where workers elect their management. They don't always elect their management. I don't know, because it's also not quite like serfs and just a medieval power structure. Because it's not quite, you know, lords and vatnits. But anyway. They're certainly more communist than socialist, that's for sure. The magma is exactly where the magma is on your map. Joker of Spades. It's very inconsistent how deep you need to go. I once had the magma sea 22 layers beneath the surface, and then there was like 90 levels of magma sea, which was kind of nutty. It's one of the coolest embarks I ever did. Shame it didn't last for very long. Well, there is no slavery in fortresses in Dwarf Fortress because you can't sell your citizens. So they are definitely like members of society that are equals in that sense. Like there's no ownership over other dwarves for dwarves. Supposedly humans in Dwarf Fortress have slaves, but I don't know where those exist or how to identify them in any way. Yeah, well, Slaves to Armok is a play on the original title of the original game, which is implying that you're the slaves of the character in charge. It's also a game that was made, in Tarn's words, when they were significantly less mature. Remember, Tarn's in his 40s now, and that was over 20 years ago. So Tarn was effectively a teenager making that video game, so they picked edgy name to God of Blood. I don't think they thought about it much back then, to be honest. Since then, they've thought about it a lot and also renamed the game from Slaves to Armok to something else. It's a good spin. Only Armok is allowed to have slaves. But then who is Armok? And why is he not mentioned in-game anywhere? Uh-oh. The Hall of Tin! A Furnace Operators Guild. A Furnace Operators Guild? Why? Anyway, fuck it. We gotta do the live fire test on this sucker. So, I don't know where that minecart went off to, but I'm missing a minecart again. You are not my slaves, Chad, please. If you were my slaves, I would be significantly more wealthy. I can't even afford employees. How could I afford slaves? I would have to break many international laws for that. And breaking laws is expensive, if you don't know. Let's see if Twitch doesn't crash now. Here's hoping it doesn't. How is Dwarfs today? Well, I'm about to do a live fire magma cannon test, so if that sounds exciting to you, keep watching. Let's hope nobody's dumb enough to stand right in front of it. Whatever, I'll worry about this later. It's probably very warm in there, the Furnace Operators Guild. All right, so aside from the fact that I'm missing a minecart, I don't know where. Yeah, genuinely, I don't know where. So aside from the fact that I'm missing a minecart, we get to test this and see if it works. So it should go all the way down. You know, they're in varying different splits. Those two are like identical. We got some down here that are all going very slow, but they'll make their way around eventually. Then they sit here for a moment. And then what should happen is they should fall down a level. Any moment. Okay, there goes the first one. It falls down in. Now it's full of lava. So it goes back up now that it's loaded. And it comes around the corner. And then ideally, comes back down. And then fires the lava. And then the lava flies across and then hits the wall and becomes lava. And then falls down there. Motherfuckers, it works. Why are you stuck there? No. Ah, well, that's where the problems begin. Figured it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this thing off. I'm going to let the dwarves put the pieces back. And then we're going to start it back up. And let the baddies in. Dwarf criminal doomed 1. Uh-huh. Chat, I think that this guy might be a criminal. I'm not sure what's giving me that hint, but it's just this weird sense in the back of my head that's tingling. Then we'll see if the Tactical Union can handle these tactics. I think like what might be happening is a switch is getting pushed too quickly. I'm not gonna be able to figure it out this time though. Because like the switch does work, it's just getting flipped too quickly is the problem. At least I presume that's the problem. I'm just not sure as to why that's happening. Although I do have a alternative plan. Ooh, no, that might break things. I think we'll just leave stuff where it is right now, and not worry about it too much. Currently. This door is open. Let's deny the parlay. You just joined? What's this contraption? How about you just wait for the proper formal test? Because it's mostly functional. It's something I feel the need to state. Okay, so there should be 9. 4, I guess. And number 1 just straight up doesn't have one right now. So let's just pop into here real quick. I may have crushed it with the drawbridge though. Oh, are you inaccessible because you're sitting on top of lava? Oh, shit. Well, that'll be interesting. Now, won't it? Perfectly safe? I mean, obviously. Don't mind the fact that all of these are full of lava. Never mind that fact. Don't worry about it. It's totally okay. Yeah? It's totally okay. It's totally okay. Totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah. Definitely. No spoilers in chat. Yeah. I think probably what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to place like a switch down here. I'm going to have to move the switches, I think. From up top down to here. Which actually won't be hard to do. Why are the grates required? Because if the grates aren't there, then they skip over top of a open space. And if they skip over top of an open space, they'll just fly through the fortifications. Which I don't want them doing. I know that might come across as a surprise, but I really don't want them to just... This is the only way that I've managed to figure out how to reset the system without having to do it manually. The problem is getting the timing right. What opens the grate? A pressure plate at the top of the hill. But it takes 10 ticks to trigger. And so because I seem to have the timing off for those two at the bottom, because they don't stay on the same track entirely, they swap tracks. Because I seem to have the timing wrong on those two, they end up stacking up down here. Which is fine, but these two will stop firing, is the issue. Just making sure that everything's shut. Well, here they come. Oh, Lord, they coming. Oh, sweet. Lava just disappeared. Which means someone should be able to come and move this one now. All right. Also, Ivara the Screamer, I would also like to inform you that they will be doing the last part of your name. The bad guys, that is. If everything works. Screaming. Very loudly. Due to massive amounts of burning. Gosh, humans are such cowards. Attack me like a real dwarf. Or don't. Make up your damn minds. Which ones are the bad ones? Yes. That one. The Forgotten Beast mutt has come. A great skinless hadrosaurid? Hadrosaurus, I don't know what that is. And it has a gaunt appearance. Beware, it has a shell, and it's gaunt. Beware its webs. Giant angry spoder. Beast. Well, hold on. That's shut. Is the front door shut? No, not that front door. This front door. The other front... That front door is not shut. Please pull out quickly, dwarves. You're making me nervous. Please. Okay. Yo, mutt isn't magma proof. I mean, usually they are, but every now and again they catch fire, which is really weird. I think they're supposed to be lava proof, but I think it's supposed to be like artifacts are supposed to be indestructible, but sometimes they burn. Another child has grown up. I gotta say, humans wearing, I think it's leather armor. Their sprite looks ridiculously ripped. Yeah, it's literally just leather armor. Just, they look so silly. I mean, look at this. Like, this human looks like they're shirtless and just like a fucking cake. Like, look at those. Well, I guess in this case, tits. I was gonna say pecs, but they do look shirtless. It's kind of a problem. Yeah, because Spock kills him, right, enemy? It kind of looks like the 300 guys. You know, I was watching Dune Part 2 this weekend, which is a pretty good, but really fucking long movie, which really bummed me out at the end because I wasn't sure where it was going to end in the book, and kind of ended right where I was hoping it wouldn't end. But anyway, pretty good movie. Why does that fight scene, like the big war sequence when they're all fighting, why does it just look like 300? Like, straight up, there's like a solid 5 minutes of that movie that just looks like 300 to me. And it looks bad. Like, I think it looks really bad. Like, real bad. Just like, suddenly movie I'm watching is now a side-scroller kind of a aesthetic. I've never been a fan, and I don't think I ever will be. Okay, so I guess we turn this sucker on right around the time they reach here. And then we have 2 weapons that we can shoot at them. We've got this. And we've got the lava cannons. There's no way they're surviving. I mean, 300 is fun. It's not a great movie, but like it's a fun romp. I feel like at this point, watching like 300 might be a pretty good like silly movie to watch with friends kind of movie at this point. I mean, I never saw past the "This is Sparta" line and kicks down the hole. Axdorf found dead. What? Oh. The plight of the nobles. I have a question. Why is... Okay, this has to be... Okay, never mind. It's not what I thought it was. For a second there, I thought a dwarf died and then another dwarf with the same name just reappeared. And I was real perplexed for a second there. But, so B-Lug is an absolute monster of a dwarf. This is one of my dwarves from my last fort, who's now a noble diplomat who is insistent upon attending a meeting, but is also completely slaughtering the human army by himself, from what I can tell, at this exact moment. So he's just, like, adding to his kill count. I mean, obviously he's killed, you know, the Gulf of Eagles, the tiger, many elves, as well as apparently an elephant. And while he may die here, he's going down like a champion. Let me tell you. Rest in peace. You goddamn hero. Look how many humans it took to kill him. Jesus, dude. Wow. I'm gonna need to make statues to that dwarf. This dwarf. Also, I love how Beelug in this fort's named Showered Anvil. Showered Anvil. That sounds very head trauma-y. I'll certainly give him a tomb. We got 30 seconds left in this ad break. Okay, we will wait. We will wait. We will wait. Shower Anvil? I feel like it might just train your enemies dodging. The best, like, fall trap idea I ever had was in Starfield, the fortress that I made. Which was a very funny name for a fortress, because I made a fortress called Starfield, and it lasted longer than people's interest in Starfield. And went from being that's a funny SEO joke to, why? It was genuinely very funny in hindsight to me. Give you the beefiest dwarf I have. I don't know what that means. Do you want a military dwarf? Do you want, like, a stoneworker or something? Because I got, like, Tholteg, who's currently training and has killed a forgotten beast and really needs a new pair of underwear. He's got a plump helmet and forgotten beast meat. Also needs a new cloak. Like, is that what you mean? Because, like, can do. Okay, you'll take Tholteg. Navara is a nervous wreck and rarely looks on others with lust. Is very uncomfortable around others that are different from herself. Is curious and eager to learn and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Tends to be a little tight with resources when work on projects. Can sometimes act without deliberation. Rarely is happy or enthusiastic. My eyes are starting to fuck with me. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She likes to brawl, and though she is disturbed by this, since she values quiet. So, at least in the abstract. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and can handle stress. Her hands become animated when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Strongly values tranquility and quiet, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. Like cinnabar and black bronze, as well as blue diamond. The color crimson and puzzle boxes. Mules for their stubbornness and knife fish for their rippling fin. And the words of the crested wall and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and when possible prefers to consume, well, giant chinchilla, foxtail mullet, beer, and pearl millet. I know it's millet, and hates oysters. I don't hate oysters, I just don't like the smell of oysters. There's something about it. It's like too much fish. You have a pet turkey and allegedly a pet dog. I can neither confirm nor deny whether they're alive or not. The dog is alive. The turkey is not, but your dog is still alive. I repeat, your dog is still alive. I could train your dog as a war dog and give it to you as your war dog if you like. Anyway, welcome to the fort. Now I can unpause the game again. We can finish the siege. Wish us luck, chat. It's almost like they know. It's almost like they know. Still more humans entering. Jeez. Okay, so when they hit this line right here, we'll turn the machine on. Yeah, I do agree that it would hit slightly differently, wouldn't it? love John Wick, though. Gobbled. Huh? I get it. All right. Let's turn this sucker on. Bottoms up, me dwarfs. Bottoms up. Someone gets to do the honors. It's probably going to be that child who just came around the corner. Is it not? Okay, which one of you is going to pull the goddamn lever? I need somebody to pull this goddamn lever. Okay, it's Enter Bunny who's doing it. Enter Bunny, exit Dwarf. And here we go. Let's actually follow this one because you're going to hit first. Flips the switch. Whoa! Narrowly missed. Well, in that case, it's also time to start firing these. These I should automate. Uh-oh. There's humans in the fortress. I repeat, there's humans in the fortress. It's okay, I can send a squad down here. Okay, so down here, stuff's going real bad for this person, right? Because, you know, these little blobs here that are flying across the screen, these are lava. And while they might not look like lava at the moment, trust me, they are lava. And this one is bumming me out right here. But trust me, they are lava. And then they're collapsing over here and then burning to death over here in the corner. That's kind of awesome. Just there they go. Now we're just simply waiting on Secret Project 2 Minecart Splat Magoo to come through. And then they get insult on top of injury. So these guys got past the insult, and now they're going to get injury right now. So, you know, in case you weren't, like, convinced enough at your inability to survive this fortress, well, I have some news for you, humans. See you on the flip side, I suppose. Splat. Good lord. Also, apparently Montecore is dead. Because my military is being slow. Guys, come on. Come on. Come on. Why? Why is this happening? Ugh. Gosh. Okay, hold on. I've got a problem. Anyway, here comes another round of minecarts. Just a flaming human! Oh my god, that's incredible. That is incredible. That might be one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Just a flying, flaming human. It's... I mean, what even are you gonna do at this point? It's like a non-starter. They don't really have a chance. Let's just close this gate real quick. Fire off the next round of minecarts. And slammed by a speeding minecart. Yeah, definitely. Just get blasted by a glob of molten rock and then smacked across the screen by, like, a minecart flying it too fast. Anyway, here comes another round. Let's just follow this human and see what happens to you. See if you can make it. I'm actually just going to tell both my squads to go stand, like, right here in case, like, bad things happen. The smoke is going to make the humans move pretty slowly, though. Oh my god, did you jump out of the way? Well, you probably can't, so let's see how your life goes. Whee! Oh no. Oh no, this minecart's about to get a triple kill, I think. You know, I really wish I could tell the kill count of these mine... Chat, can I get a pile of crypt zooms? You know, I'll tell you what's better than an electric boogaloo, rather, YouTube chat, and that's an electric didgeridoo. Those things rock. They're pretty great, actually. Frame rate, who needs them? We have smoke. Okay, here comes another round. Let's see what kind of chaos we're going to fly through now. Yeah, exactly. A didgeridoo with extra reverb. Just the best thing in the world, just a didgeridoo with an echo pedal. Wee. Okay, so flying through. Human back there is now officially having a worse day than they were just having, which I'm sure they were already having, and then... Holy shit. Ah, this might be the greatest bit of nonsense I've built in a very... Ah, Christ. And all the while, there's just more unfortunate souls getting smacked into the wall by lava. Meow. There goes another one. And another one. Oh my lord. Meow, pop. These never stop being entertaining to me. And for those of you wondering exactly what's happening here, let's just follow this one for a second. So they're loading up down here, yeah? They go up, around, south. They slow down quite a bit, but then they pick up speed going up the hill. Then they go over the hill and they press a pressure plate. Then they go down, 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 down. And then they come down at an angle, collide with the wall, which causes them to eject the contents of the minecart. And in this case, hopefully hit somebody. Oh, no, okay, we just missed it, but the one right next to it just hit the guy, so that's good. Then they fly over there and then burn to death or whatever. And then we wait for the pressure plate to kick in, which is 10 ticks of in-game time. So if I just unpause the game, it then drops down, loads up with lava again, and then goes again. I think the lava needs to be 5 deep to actually load. Boop, and then it fires again. See? And as you can see, there's quite a few dead things right there. My dwarves are all waiting up there in case more humans make it in, but let's just pull another lever and fire another cannon. The real issue here is I need to be very careful to not let my dwarves accidentally walk in there because they won't live very long. It's not a perfect system, obviously. You know, we've had a couple casualties here. But it's a very funny system, so I don't really care all that much. And honestly, having a very funny system to me is more important than having a perfect system, so... That's why Assassin's Creed games are better before they patch them. Oh, geez. I've got these the wrong order now. Uh-oh. Who's dying? Lycod? Uh-oh. Excuse me, sir, why'd you kill Lycod? I'm just gonna lock this door. I don't trust these people. This seems bad. Of course it's the criminal. Zombie criminal. Living up to their job title, I suppose. So somebody should be coming to pull a lever. Oh, for fuck. The Forgotten Beast, Kathina Numbadiki has come, a giant scaly rove beetle, whatever that is. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its chocolate scales are jagged and close set. Beware its poison bite. I'm sure. I should be very wary of its poison bite. It's very far away from me. I'm not going to worry about it. I've currently got a bunch of humans that want me dead, and I've got weapons of mass Dwarf to witness. What biome am I in? It's mountain and then I think savanna? Or like African jungle kind of thing? You know, punk. Splat. Splat. Wee. Unfortunate. Oh, no, there is in fact a human that will ideally be smacked by a minecart in a moment. On the left. Little on the left? Oh, come on. Oh, there he goes. Whee. All right, well, that's all the minecarts. So now it's... I feel like I should just dump lava on this whole thing. Yeah, it's wilderness is the difficulty level. Because I did, like, Haunted followed by Untamed Wilds with some really dumb haunted biomes before that as well, and I needed a break. I needed something a little bit more straightforward. I do not have an upset necromancer somewhere. Or are you telling somebody in chat? Oh, I see what's happening. I thought you were talking to me. Because many things are a mystery, but one thing is for certain, there is no necromancers on my map. As far as where these monsters are, that's a goddamn mystery. Like, truly a goddamn mystery. Oh, hey. Looks like a Gremlin vid's getting recommended again. That's nifty. I just heard a weird sound coming in from outside, but... You know, I think it's time to end this. I think it's time for this siege to end. I think that's what it's time for. So we're going to end this siege. We're going to show these humans who boss. That's what we're going to do. We're going to show them that no matter how much they think they may have won, I can assure them that they haven't. Because I've had significantly more time to prepare than they have. Which makes it a very unfair contest. And you know what? I don't really care all that much. So it's time for us to pull a lot of levers and tell a lot of humans to say goodnight because they ain't gonna get much more awake time. I'm sorry, what? Did I? Oh, I'm a genius. So I outsmarted myself. Pulling the lever for this right here opens this and seals off this so this won't overflow. That is way too smart. Why did I come up with that? Why am I so smart? Anyway, it's going to end pretty soon. You can't cage trap a Forgotten Beast unless you do some shenanigans to cage trap a Forgotten Beast. So what should happen here is this should pop up, and then this whole thing will just fill up with lava. And the siege should end. Excellent. This guy's just like, my God, what have I gotten myself into? More important, how am I going to get myself out of it? They don't really have anywhere to run or anywhere to hide. I could let them out the surface, but that would be far too easy. Joker of Spades needs to see the Pokeballs. Joker of Spades hasn't seen the Pokeballs? Can I trap them in a room and that I can drop criminals into? Sure, hold on. Something like this, maybe? I mean, you'd have to make like a little airlock or something. This is how I've been catching them. Lock the door on either side and put an animal in the middle to distract them, and then pull levers to lock them in. That's how I've been doing it. So this actually is kind of a dumb thing because it's draining this faster than it should, but it's fine because it's still filling. I mean, we're up to 19 beasts. What do you think of that siege? Was that a fun siege to witness? I really hope it was. I need to go make some new tombs. I need to fix this timing order issue. I need to catch some beasts. I need to actually satisfy my nobles. And I need to properly invade these humans that keep attacking me. But that's a plan for another stream, because I've been live for 10.5 hours. So we'll have to pick that back up tomorrow. And tomorrow evening, we're going to play some Star Sector. I've done a beast tour. The beast tour is at the beginning, but here, we'll do one final beast tour. So we've got FB1, the first Forgotten Beast, which is a feathered leech, which has noxious secretions. FB2, the Echo of Seducers, is a blob composed of ash. It bubbles rhythmically. Here we have a towering quadruped composed of clear glass. It has poison gas. Here we have a hiding crab that has webs. Here we have a snake that does snake things, I think, right? Yes, this is a snake that has a poison bite. Here we have a beast that has poison vapors and is a stegosaurid. Here we have a leech that has wings, a stretched skin. It undulates, and it has noxious secretions. Here we have a beast that is hateful and has deadly spittle and is made of clear glass. Here we have another beast that is very similar looking, but is actually a crocodile or an alligator rather, and it breathes fire. It's a wannabe dragon. Here we have a towering scaly hyena, which has deadly spittle. And here we have a one-eyed lobster. That sounds like a euphemism. And it appears to be emaciated, and it's also got deadly spittle. Here we got the 12th one. It has an eyeless Cody. It has 3 long curling tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly spittle. Apparently it's quick to tire. We should roll it home and change it. Maybe put it on a race car. It has this is an 8-legged newt. It has webs. This is a one-eyed ceratops, and it also has webs. This is a scorpion that fell into a tub of toxic waste, I guess, because it's just a scorpion with 3 tails. This is a one-eyed mite. It has a poison bite. This is a warbler. It has noxious secretions with 3 eyes. This is a scarab beetle composed of black bronze with poison gas. And then the last one we caught Also caught today, as well as the one before. It's a poison bite, feathered ceratops. Ceropod, not ceratops. Ceropod. That's it. Those are the beasts. Those are the monsters, and this is the Bernie room. Where we make bad guys into dead guys. Gotta catch them all. Yes. So I hope that you guys find my maniacal death traps as fun as I do. I genuinely think that this fort has been a blast so far to build. It is very silly. I will acknowledge that, but also I do need to flood this shit. That'll be fine. I kind of fucked up the design of this a bit, but I can fix it. It's okay. We're just gonna put some lava where it shouldn't be for a little bit, but it'll stop being where it shouldn't be. It's fine. Put some lava where it shouldn't be for a little bit. And then pull all this down into here. Now, humans clearly don't want to admit defeat, but they have to. See, this is what I mean by pouring lava where it shouldn't be. The black cap might burn, but even if it does, that's okay. I can fix that. I can fix it in post. And then there goes the last of it. And that. Because the lava's all draining out here, and uh-oh. Well, that's a bit of a problem.